At least I'm hoping it will. Ms. Fowler, will you tell him to disregard? It just came up. All right, y'all, we are on. All right, let's go on the record. This is cause number F20-36078, the State of Texas versus Kefren Marcus Thomas. We are ready to begin our day of testimony. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, or I guess it's good afternoon, but technically, how are you doing today?
Hello. Doing fine, thank you.
Yesterday when we left off in testimony, we were talking about a mysterious foot in the video, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so just to refresh everybody's memory of where we were, what we looked at, and I'm publishing, turn this around. Publishing what's been marked previously and admitted for all purposes is Defendant's Exhibit 127. And we saw a little video about 1 second long named IMG_2004, and it had a timestamp of January 27th, 2020 at 9:06 a.m. in the morning. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
In Defense Exhibit 126, which is a disc that they provided and admitted for all purposes, were you aware of there being a second video?
I was aware of a second video.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, permission is granted.
State or Defense Exhibit 126. And publishing from State's Exhibit, from Defense Exhibit 126, the item labeled photos-screenshot 2022-202-01 111541.png. If we zoom in here, we see that there's this video name of IMG_2003.MOB, and under the time it's 1/27/2020, 9:02:39 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
So is that about 30 seconds before the video we watched yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to publishing video IMG_2003, I just want to let everybody know there is some graphic detail and you will see genitalia, so I apologize in advance. And that is contained within Defense Exhibit 126. I'm gonna let the cursor rise there. Do you see a foot in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what I've circled right here?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you look closely, do you see kind of a gray cord right towards the edge of the video that I'm tracing down in
Yes.
Defense Exhibit 126?
Yes, ma'am.
What color is that cord to you?
It looks like a grayish black maybe.
Is that right there, next to the toes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so this was about 30 seconds before the video we watched after, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to that video just for a second. objection.
No objection.
Okay, stage 484, admitted for all purposes.
I think that's 484.
484? Yes.
Okay. So State's Exhibit 484 is a clip from the video we watched yesterday, okay? And that was contained within Defense Exhibit 126.
Yes.
If we zoom in on this footage, defense pointed out yesterday on their own, version of this exhibit, a foot in the top hand corner that I'm pointing at. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that what I've circled here on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see a cord that I'm lining here?
Yes.
But this has been 30 seconds after the footage that we, or this was the footage we watched yesterday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that just 30 seconds after the photo that we just seen
Yes, ma'am.
of a full foot with a gray cord next to it?
Yes.
Coming directly from the area of the defendant taking a certain photo of himself?
Yes, ma'am.
Now also within Defense Exhibit 126, from the video we watched yesterday, which for the record is IMG 2004, from Defendant's Exhibit 126. Oh, I gotta go back. There was some talk about some discoloration. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
What did defense say that was?
Line?
Thank you.
I want to direct your attention, I think yesterday defense was talking about an area in this general vicinity. Is that what?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to down here. Do you see something there?
I do.
What do you see?
Red tint.
Is that, on what part of the room would that be?
I believe that's towards the closet area.
Is it in the carpet?
Yes, it looks like a carpet.
We go back to the video that would have been just 30 seconds before that we've seen on Defense Exhibit 126, which would have been a video 30 seconds prior to what we just watched. Do you see some various equipment in this photograph, or this video?
I do.
Do you see this item here?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see this item here?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see this bucket here?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see this rag here?
Yes, ma'am.
What part of the house are we in?
We're in his room. Catherine's room.
What date was this?
The date that we went after was the 13th of
And
February.
And the date of these videos was January 27th at about 9 in the morning, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What day did Jessica Hernandez go to the defendant's home?
January 26th, around 5:30 in the morning.
What time did he order a U-Haul?
I believe it was at 5 p.m. on the 26th of January, I believe.
Before these videos would have
Yes,
been
ma'am.
taken?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you present at the execution of the search warrant?
At the what?
At the execution of the search warrant at 121 Crystal Lake Drive, DeSoto, Texas?
Yes, I was.
I'm publishing what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 89. What part of the house is this?
That's the garage, the door from the house to the garage.
If I zoom in on this photo, and we look to the left of the screen, do you recognize that item?
It looks like the vacuum that was in, the box for the vacuum that was in Catherine Thomas's room.
You zoom in really closely, and I know it's hard to see it, I'm happy to bring it to you. Let's let this get focused. You see the language dirt devil?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Underneath that, there's a little bubble. Are you able to make take out the word spot scrubber and the blue bubble. And I know it's a little hard to see here with the quality of this projection. I'm happy to bring it to you.
Could you please?
Absolutely. Does this item that's indicated on this dirt devil box in the garage look like the item we saw in the video we just watched?
It looks like it, yes, ma'am.
The item that was next to what appeared to be detergent, a bucket of cleaning supplies, and a rag?
Yes, ma'am.
You're familiar with the defendant's room at 121 Crystal Lake Drive, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Gonna publish State's Exhibit 104. I'm gonna zoom in. Here, do you see this line here
I do.
and in the carpet?
Yes, ma'am.
And you see this area?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is that about the area where we saw the videos we watched?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell that from kind of the ridge in the carpet that's actually seen in the videos too?
It looks like it, yes, ma'am.
There was a lot of talk yesterday about there not being any blood on the quilts or on the bed or in the suitcase. Where did you see a lot of apparent blood?
Right in front of a lot of blood was all over the carpet, but it was right in front of the closet door, and going into the closet, it looked like, there's a lot of blood. And, on the foot side of the bed.
So looking at State's Exhibit 107 again. Are the areas that you're indicating, this area and this area?
Yes, ma'am, that would be the closet side.
And is that on the right side of State's Exhibit 107?
If you're facing it, yes, ma'am. Or if you're facing the picture right here, yes, ma'am.
Closest to the suitcase?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in this area over here near the laundry basket?
That would be what I described as the foot of the bed, on the foot of the bed area.
And then there was even more, staining, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So we see that in State's Exhibit 102, a little bit closer to the closet area.
Yes, ma'am.
Circling in the middle of that exhibit, is that the area you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Mayorga, do you remember speaking extensively yesterday about Yahaira Villanueva?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe defense asked you a little bit about her criminal history and pointed out a number of, theft, what we call moral turpitude crimes.
Yes.
And possession type cases, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does she have any assaultive convictions?
Not that I saw, no, ma'am.
Is it common in your practice as an investigator over the course of your years for people with drug addictions to have drug history and theft history?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Does it stand out to you as somebody as much criminal history as Yahaira Villanueva has, that throughout her life, she doesn't have any assaultive convictions?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember watching the videos from the backyard surveillance that defense showed you yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember them focusing on various videos at around 9 p.m. and then a little bit later there would be videos from that back alleyway?
Yes, ma'am.
You reviewed all of the footage from the event, correct?
I did.
So do you know that there's at least 34 video clips between the videos they published yesterday?
There should be, yes.
And that those videos show Yahaira in the backyard, walking to and from the gate, staying in the backyard area, and never entering that house?
That's what it looks like, yes, ma'am.
And do those videos, all of which have been admitted into evidence in their entirety, show her going from one outfit to being bare-legged and wrapped in a towel to then again having another pair of pants?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the reason she told you she had to do that?
Cause she peed and, defecated on herself.
Did you see this defendant come out in that video footage with a bucket full of water? Or a blue bucket?
A bucket, yes, ma'am.
Did you also have the, opportunity to review text messages between the defendant and Ujara
I'm gonna
Villanueva?
object to all the leading questions.
I'm gonna overrule.
You can answer. Did you also have an opportunity to review the text messages between the defendant and Ujara?
Yes, ma'am.
And contemporaneous with that exact video of the defendant walking out with a blue bucket, a couple of text messages prior to that time, does he say, "I'm boiling water right now"?
Your Honor, the questions are yes or no answers. She's leading the question. This is not proper, direct examination. I'm objecting.
Overrule.
Thank you.
You interviewed Ujara Villanueva, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Had she spoken to Detective Hilton and Detective Berkeley prior to meeting with you?
She had?
In her interview with Detective Hilton and Detective Berkeley, did she, not remember ever going to an Aldi?
Correct.
Have you been to that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen the video or the photo of a white vehicle turning into the back alley of Aldi?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna show you some previously admitted as State's Exhibit 409. I'm gonna zoom in here, okay? Is that the white vehicle that you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
If I zoom in even further, is there a main road between this lot and the lot further back?
There is, it's Rochelle.
Is that a main road?
It is.
Is it possible to turn into this back alley with ever driving in front of the Aldi?
Yes, ma'am.
If you were coming down Rochelle, could you get into this back area?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the main line that intersects with Rochelle?
Beltline?
Alright, so if you're driving down Beltline, would you be driving in front of the Aldi?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, if you're driving down Beltline and you turn right on
Again,
Rochelle.
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the leading.
I'm gonna overrule.
If you're driving down Beltline, and you turn right onto Rochelle, and then you turn into this alley, and you have no idea where you're going because you were not driving, would you have any reason to believe that you were in an Aldi?
No, ma'am.
Is there any signage back there related to Aldi that will let you know you're there?
Not that I remember, no, ma'am.
Ujara Villanueva, when she interviewed with you, did she tell you she went to an Aldi?
She did.
And did she tell you she went to an Aldi on February 1st, 2020?
She said she went to Aldi before she went to the racetrack. So she said it was possibly the day before.
Are you aware of the defendant's search history for an Aldi on February 1st, 2020, a day before February 2nd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Mayoria, is your job as a law enforcement officer to investigate offenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your job to try to collect as much evidence as you can?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what do you do with that evidence?
Any evidence that I get that I need to send out, I send it out to the correct people just so they can analyze it because I'm not trained to do some things. And review it and then determine if it's legitimate or not, or if it's helpful.
Does that evidence ultimately come to me?
It does.
And is it my responsibility to then present that evidence if we get to a situation like this?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
So when you were asked yesterday about why you didn't take time to do a demonstrative, why you didn't take time to do those things, some of those responsibilities fall on me.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity prior to your testimony yesterday, Would you say that the height of these two suitcases are substantially similar, if not exactly similar?
They appear to be, yes ma'am.
Would you say that the depth of these two suitcases are substantially similar, if not exactly similar?
They appear to be, yes ma'am.
Do you notice any remarkable differences outside of maybe some cosmetic damage to State's Exhibit 364 between these two suitcases?
Just the color.
And can you describe for the record the difference in the color?
One's beige and one looks like a rose. The newer one, the one on the left is rose color and the one on the right is beige.
So for the record, State's Exhibit 483 is rose and State's 364 is being described as beige. Detective Mayorga, I'm going to open up State's Exhibit 483. When I open up State's Exhibit 403, can you please describe the interior of the suitcase for the record?
It's black with black writing inside, but it's kind of like a material, soft material on the inside.
Is there like a divider item here that
Just
I'm
with a divider
touching?
and a zipper for put something inside the divider, and it has straps to pull stuff down.
Okay. If we open up State's Exhibit 364, if you look inside State's Exhibit 364, is this interior similar to the interior of State's Exhibit 483 that you just looked at?
It is, yes ma'am, it's very similar.
Okay. And of course, in State's Exhibit 364, there's a cutout area where Jessica Hernandez's blood was found, is that correct?
Yes ma'am,
Okay, and we don't have that in State's Exhibit 483, right?
we do not know that.
At this time, Your Honor, State is going to offer State Exhibit 483 for demonstrative purposes.
Your Honor, I will agree strictly for demonstrative purposes.
Stage 43 is in it for demonstrative purposes. Yes, I'm sorry, 485.
It should be 485, you'll already have a 483.
The 43 was a CV.
Oh.
So this would be 485.
I'm going to mark on 483 as State's 485. For purposes of the record, any reference to State's Exhibit 483 from Detective Mayorga on today's date is in reference to State's Exhibit 485, which we're offering for demonstrative purposes.
Okay. Stage 45 would be entered for demonstrative purposes.
Detective Mayorga, prior to your testimony yesterday, did you see a person that was 5 feet 2 inches tall, 120 pounds, put inside a suitcase?
I did, yes ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to that individual?
I did, yes ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to speak to an individual named Brian Rodriguez?
Yes ma'am.
Did he indicate to you his height and his weight?
Yes ma'am. 6'1", 220.
Do you know the defendant's height and weight?
Per the paperwork, 6'1", 200.
And are you familiar with Jessica Hernandez's height and weight?
Yes ma'am. She was 5'2", 95 pounds.
And the person that you saw put inside a suitcase, was that an individual named Sarah Hayes with the District Attorney's Office?
Yes ma'am.
Your Honor, may we approach Philip really quickly?
Yes. All right, so jurors, let me tell you what we are about to do. There's about to be a demonstrative that you all are about to see. And those of you that are on live stream, we will be, and like I've explained to the jury, we're doing a live stream because of COVID. We have shut the courtroom down. But because I do not want the jurors to be shown on the video, in just a few minutes, the live stream is going to be down just for a couple of minutes so we can repeat the demonstration that's about to happen. So let's do the first demonstration and we'll make sure that the live feed can see. What that means, Tim, I'm about to adjust the camera. Jurors on the front row, please keep your head forward until I know where this camera's going.
Deb, before you do it, let's do it right here so the jurors can at least see me. Sarah, get in there. And then,
Okay, hold on just a minute. What are y'all gonna do now?
we were gonna put Sarah, well, I guess we could put
See,
Sarah
no,
right
y'all
here.
gonna say nobody can see that except for those few jurors in the front.
Then let's go ahead and do it over here. Sorry, just thank you for
No, that's okay.
being accommodating.
And let me tell you what, jurors, if y'all want to stand up, as long as you're facing this way, you're okay to even see it this time. Because other people just see the back of your head.
And we'll have the opportunity to review this demonstration for the jurors.
Yes.
Mrs. if you wanna go ahead and get inside.
Okay, okay. Can you all pull it toward the door a little more? Still can't really see it.
Rocky, I'm coming in.
There we go. Okay, that's fine.
Does that work, Judge?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave, so you can breathe. Investigator Rodriguez, do you mind picking up State's Exhibit 483? For the record right now, Ms. Hayes is zipped inside State's Exhibit 485. I'm gonna just for a moment close that to its entirety. I'm gonna open it back up just for a bit because we do have Ms. Hayes inside. And Investigator Rodriguez, do you mind wheeling this down towards the bar, please? Thank you.
Turn it around.
Okay, we'll turn around. And do you mind walking back towards the back door?
You go all the way to the back. Deputy Mr. Sierra, let me have you all move out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's just open it up so she can breathe a little bit.
I'm gonna open up State Exhibit 45 just a little bit more. Investigator Rodriguez is helping me with that right now.
Judges, is it permissible at this time to do the second demonstration with the jurors in the box?
Yes, So I'm gonna turn off the live stream for just a few minutes, just a moment. The live stream, thank you.
You could unzip her.
Yeah, you all, okay, just hold on a minute. I need y'all close to the door. You can't see over this table, that's the problem we're running into. There we go, right there, yes. Now we can see.
Okay, so I'm unzipping State's Exhibit 485. And this case is exiting State's Exhibit 485.
Oh.
Your Honor, permission to publish of the previously admitted.
Hold on just a minute. Jurors, look this way, please. I've overdone the camera. There's like a 10 or 15 second delay every time I hit it, so hold on. It's the Zoom. Okay, we're good. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing State's Exhibit 319, which for record purposes is on January 27th, 5:26 p.m. January 27th, 2020.
Sorry, what number is that?
319.
Thank you.
At this time, Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Okay, defense?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Where's the, see if they help me locate Sorry, Your Honor, but everything got relocated because of the suitcase.
Sure, that's okay.
Moment to inspect this document, Your Honor.
Sure.
right back to that point. A hand vacuum slash carpet cleaner is item used for small areas, correct?
I believe so.
And it would probably be a cheaper item to have than, say, a vacuum, or if you wanna be in all fairness, a carpet cleaner, correct?
I would say that, yes, ma'am.
Yes. And so to have one in a house would not be unusual. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when your typical family, your adult child will move back in, as a parent, it would be surprising to believe that the parent would expect that adult child to clean up their own room. Would that be fair to say?
I would say that.
Okay. Now, let's go to, I think it was States 107. Y'all showed it, you saw it around you? On States 107, there's a lot of chords in this. You're gonna have to come back for this if we want to reverse this. Okay, so States 107, Kefren's bedroom. This bedroom has lots of cords around, correct? Okay. There's printers. People have cords for their phones, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We also, in this photo, it's a different date, but there's a larger suitcase in there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I imagine if we looked in the clutter of the garage, there could be other suitcases in there, correct? There was actually, wasn't there?
I don't remember seeing any others.
Okay. Let's see if we can. Now, well, maybe you can't remember because let me show you the picture of the garage as a refresher. States 90. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in here, right?
Yes, ma'am. There is.
Now, I don't know what the state was trying to say about that video in the foot, but a lot of people have their phones plugged in at all times because they're constantly losing charge or whatever, right? Not uncommon to see that, correct?
We'll plug their phones in, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And, or there's cords around because of all the cords in this room, the printer use, whatever. We have a laptop, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna go back to the video, but I wanna stand in front of everyone because it's a quick video. And I'm gonna try to put it as slow as I can and to show my point. But because it's such a short video, it doesn't allow us to take it into some sort of slow motion mode, okay? But if I had a phone in my hand, which I'm illustrating by picking up my own phone, and I'm in one location, and I was doing what I was doing by touching my body, and then the phone drops down. I mean, it's not, I mean, if the phone drops down and the foot is over off to the left, it wouldn't be that person's foot. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, ma'am.
Okay? If my phone is in my hand in front of me, and I'm doing my thing here, okay? I'm touching myself, and I'm video recording it, okay? And then the phone drops down from that position, drops down, and the foot is now off to the left, away from the phone. So the phone and the camera that's in the phone would be by my body, and off to the left is the foot. Let's see if we can try to revisit that. We're replaying, does anyone know the number?
This y'all's 126.
126 defense exhibit. From the beginning? Try to go as slow as you can, if you have to back it up to get it slower. Okay, go ahead and start. Now the camera is away from the foot, and the person holding the camera is away from the foot. That is not that person's foot, being of the distance and the way it's pointed. Thank you. And let's go to the other video, please. Oh, and by the way, keep it right there. Isn't it possible that that black item, clothing material, is his underwear? Possible?
I have no clue.
But you don't know it's a towel, you don't know it's a blanket or anything else, right?
I don't remember that coming. I don't remember being underwear.
Well, no, you weren't here then.
Exactly.
Okay, please, I hope not. So the fact that he is sitting there off to the right, if you were holding the camera, and the camera being tilted, and on the floor could be a t-shirt, it could be black underwear, it appears to be clothing, correct?
I don't know what that is, ma'am.
Okay. And then the foot would be further away from that item. Okay, and then we'll replay the other one. Now, go ahead. We're playing, which one is this, hang on? This, any,
203 within 126.
so this is yours?
No, this is y'all's exhibit that had multiple files, and this is video 2003 within defendant's exhibit 126.
Okay, so it's either 126 or 203, both containing the same video.
So it's defendant's 126, however the file name itself is ING 2003.
Okay.
There's multiple files within defendant's exhibit 126.
Thank you. And try to go as slow as you can, Raphael, as we examine the floor. And since no one was there, including the police, do we have certainty of knowing what was on the ground? Do you have certainty of knowing what was on the ground?
On that day? No, ma'am.
Yes.
The day that was filmed? Of course not.
Yes, thank you, of course. Okay, appreciate it, that's good. May we approach for a second?
Yes.
Now, you made an implication, and I'm now looking at, State's Exhibit 494. Thing, is that correct?
477, I'm sorry, that's
Sorry, 477. And you made an implication that he did some form of search, Google or whichever source, it might even say it on here, to Aldi. You remember that conversation with us?
Yes, I do.
Okay, be careful, we gotta talk one at a time.
Yes, sir.
And I want you to just review this and tell me, and what date was that search?
The 1st of February? Is that correct? Is that correct? Is this, show me where I need to look now.
Okay, February 1st. Okay, and do you know what Instacart is?
No, ma'am, I'm not aware of that.
Do you know that Instacart is?
Your Honor, he just said he doesn't know what it is.
Let me ask and see if this refreshes his memory, please, Your Honor.
He didn't say he didn't remember, he says he doesn't know what it is.
May I
He didn't
ask
say
if
that.
if he recalls it being something?
You can rephrase your question, yes.
Yes. Do you, does it recall your memory that an Instacart is an online buying?
No, ma'am.
You don't know that?
I honestly don't know.
Okay, but, in all fairness, would you confirm that that's what it's showing?
Powered by Instacart. Aldi powered by Instacart.
Okay. In a cart is something you put merchandise in, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the suitcase that was on the 27th, that we saw the video with, and if we could replay that. Is it the 485? Is that proper?
The suitcase, I'm so sorry.
You got a photo, but you have the video?
Okay.
Is that 485? No, 319, State's Exhibit 319. Now this is on the, let's just positive, well, see, it's 2020, I think it's on the 27th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Play. You see any signs of dragging on that suitcase?
I don't.
Back it up a little bit, Raphael, too, and pause it at the suitcase. A little bit more right there. Okay, pause. Right there. Now, we discussed this the other day, but as a refresher of this based against the demonstration, we had this extension of the suitcase was all the way open in order to allow the demonstration. This is the used one, let's see.
It's right here.
Huh?
It's
Oh, it's
not
down
right
there.
here.
So in this demonstration, we had the suitcase open And on this suitcase, it has an appearance of not needing the full expansion. That maybe it wasn't zipped up all the way, but it appears to have it zipped like halfway that it's open, but not all the way around. So pointing at each of the two screens. The bottom part being zipped, the top part being still not zipped.
For purposes of the record, I'd just like to clarify that the bottom of the suitcase is not visible on the side that Ms. Lothorpe is indicating.
Your
at
Honor,
the
she has a
bottom.
right to
Okay,
park.
just a moment, please let her finish.
She's
Go- please
justifying
let
on
her-
the seat.
The
Okay.
record has to be clear as to what's being indicated.
Could she?
The statement was, the bottom of the suitcase is unzipped. We cannot see the bottom of the suitcase in this visual. And so what I believe Ms. Lothorpe was indicating to the jury was that the bottom half of the side is zipped up, which I agree with. However, it just has to be clear for purposes of the record.
Your Honor, that's a
Ms.
fact
Lothorpe.
question for the jurors, and
Okay.
she has a right to cross on this witness rather than making a statement in open court about the facts of what my testimony and my cross is about.
Jurors, you'll remember your testimony and see the evidence.
Okay, and we saw during the demonstration, that weight was not just the easiest thing to manipulate, right?
It was dragging a little bit.
Yeah, and although I get it, we're in carpet, and in this case, this is cement.
Yes, ma'am.
In the case of Aldi, it could be, and I don't know, we can go back and look, but it could be some form of pavement.
Concrete,
Pardon?
concrete.
Concrete.
Yes.
Well, it may not be a smooth concrete versus a type of concrete that offers more thickness and dimension to it. Do you follow me?
I'm pretty sure it didn't have like
It would
pebbles in
be-
it. It didn't have like pebbles in it, it was the normal smooth stuff that you,
Well,
kinda like that.
It could be like a roadway, some pavement product that was used. It was a
I
roadway.
don't think it was asphalt.
You don't think it was asphalt?
I don't think so.
Okay. Now, when the suitcase went back and forth, it dragged, correct?
It did,
But it wasn't dragging here, was it?
no, ma'am.
Okay. So, in Kipring, the gentleman that was pulling it was to reflect a male pulling on that suitcase and showing that it could be pulled, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In the demonstration we just did. But again, here in the video, we don't see that type of weight put on this suitcase in the video that is posted at this time, right?
I don't see that suitcase dragging.
Yes. There was conversation again about Aldi, Beltline, and is it Rochelle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Rochelle being the street that's to the side of the strip center.
It runs east and west to the south of the Aldi. I'm sorry, to the north of the Aldi.
And there was conversation about this vehicle not necessarily needing to go in the front of the Aldi, correct?
Correct.
But to access the Aldi, in the shortest direction, you would either be in front of the business if you wanted to go to the store, or there's a possibility that you could go to the alleyway, which is not normal for public use, but there was a little breezeway that you can connect and get to the front, correct?
There's an area behind, whenever you turn in, there's an area in between a business and that shopping center that you can turn and go, I guess that would be west and then back south.
Is
To the
it
front.
a covered area?
Oh, you're talking about the breezeway?
Yes, sir.
Yes, there is a breezeway that goes north, or east and west through there, that cuts through.
Okay, and I guess we got paper here, so. center, and in it has numerous businesses. And you said yesterday you felt that the Aldi was a little more off-center, a little bit more to the left or to the right?
I thought a little bit more to, I guess that would be my left.
So looking at the paper to the left.
I think it is, I'm not 100% on that though.
Okay, and now this is just a estimate for demonstrative purposes. But let's say the Aldi was right in here. We have numerous businesses in between, and this does not reflect the exact amount. We also have numerous businesses, including the Dickies somewhere down here, and that doesn't reflect the exact amount of businesses in between. Now, the breezeway, you thought it was to the left of the Aldi?
Right, I'm sorry, is the bottom the front of the business or the top the front of the business?
Okay, so this will be the parking lot.
Okay, so that's the front of the business.
Correct.
Okay, then I've got it backwards then because I thought it was more to the right towards the Chase Bank.
Okay,
So if you wanted to switch the D and the A, that might be more what I
Well, then-
thought it was.
isn't the Dickies further down to the right?
Yes, oh, I guess, yeah, you can't switch the D, right?
Okay, so let's just extend this even further,
There you go.
and then it goes on.
Yes,
So, not true to scale, but for demonstrative purposes. This is the front, and the back is the alley, or a loading area. Businesses put their trash, as we noticed, and different things like that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the breezeway to relationship approximately to the Aldi would be to the left,
Yes, ma'am.
and you thought it was maybe a couple businesses down?
I thought so.
All right, again, rough estimate. So we have a breezeway in here, in between these two businesses, right?
Correct.
Now, it's a covered breezeway, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not like a break in the building, it's just a place where they didn't build all the way through, and they didn't build all the way through from this end, and it allows a passageway.
Correct.
Alright. And we talked about that also a little bit yesterday. So, you can come in, and down here on the street, you called it what?
Belt line.
And then down on this side, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because the car's coming in from this direction, and I'm pointing from left to right, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, so what street was that?
Rochelle.
And it will go up and down on my paper, correct?
Correct.
Intersecting belt line.
Correct.
Okay, so first we had no mention of being at this location by testimony of Villanueva, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then, with the assistance of the detective, they got her to admit to maybe being in the alleyway of some business, or the backside or alleyway of some businesses, correct?
I think she said she was at an Aldi. Whenever, cause I re-listened to it and she said she was at an Aldi, but she couldn't remember
Well-
which one.
It was initially agreeing to possibly be behind in the alleyway.
Okay,
Do you need a refresher?
please.
Punctuation.
Yes.
And I'll let you, this is just to yourself, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'll wait.
It's a transcript by a court reporter that I have developed, but you can read a little bit in this line of questioning, rather than having to play the video. You can turn the page if you need.
Can you show me where it is?
Okay, you just read it. At any point when the discussion was leading to being in behind businesses or an alleyway, did she just get to the point of concurring that?
Oh, she did. She said, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
She said we were driving around behind businesses and stuff.
Okay, so that's where she went next, right?
So I didn't understand alleyway.
Okay, well, alleyway behind businesses, was the detective trying to get her to concede to trying to be at this business, but she didn't get there at that point, correct?
Correct.
Now, moving further into time of interviewing, whether that was his or later became your interview, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She conceded to going to the Aldi and getting a snack, right?
Going to the Aldi, yes.
Okay, and which would have to take her out of the vehicle to
Correct.
go in the business, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she said she parked on the side. Well, we know this is not a parking area. This is just a little thoroughfare for people, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So to park on the side in the middle of this complex would be very extreme in order to get to this business, wouldn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
But if she had parked in the back, and what we're referencing is the alleyway or behind the buildings, the video would have captured that you have provided into evidence, correct?
I guess it's been, no, because the video, that's not the scale, because there's a wall at the back of the Aldi that goes east and then cuts to the south, so it's extended more than the business that you're talking about, more than the breezeway that you're talking about.
Anywhere in the video that you provided from the back ways on the Dickies that zoomed in, did you ever see anyone get out of that vehicle except for what appeared to be one person?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. And then you did not get a video of the front knowing her testimony, correct?
No, ma'am.
And you did not get a video inside the Aldi with the front door or walking down the aisles, correct?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Now earlier I gave you a chance to view a video. And it needs to be, oh, you did. And we have now marked it as 127. This was a video of a OEO hotel, correct? I mean, not a video, but some photographs of the hotel and its location on Google Maps.
I don't recall the location, but I did look at the picture.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, and I have already tendered it to the state, that I'd just like to enter into evidence 127.
No
Defense.
objection.
Okay, just a moment. I already have that you all have a 127, 128, 129. Is this something new?
This is new.
130.
No.
Y'all's number, your number should be 130 if it's new. Is that the same thing you have, Ms. Fowler?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
What number, ma'am?
130. Defense Exhibit 130.
Thank you, we're making that correction.
Okay.
Now, if you remember, there was numerous locations on the second, quite a few anyways, of where they traveled. There was a Jack in the Box, possible Texaco, what else was it?
Racetrack, which, they mentioned the oil, but I don't think we have video of that. Is
No,
it-
but she mentioned they went to that hotel, it started with an O, y'all had this conversation, OEO, she identified that as the hotel, correct?
She identified oil, yes, ma'am.
Yes. And you, along with whomever was in the room, was comfortable of knowing the location of that hotel. You were familiar that it existed in your city, correct?
I think Investigator Golden was, yes, ma'am.
Okay, just a moment. Detective, stay right where you are. I knew you were gonna do that. Just pull the microphone towards you a little
Yes,
more.
ma'am, I'm sorry.
No, you can pull the mic towards you. You don't even have to lean up. The whole thing, there we go. Yes, thank you.
Sorry.
All right, go right ahead, Counsel.
Okay. All right, so I'm publishing this and okay. And just in reference, because we had all these other videos and maps, I just want to go ahead and put it on. This green little spot there is reflecting, and if you need to stand up and get your bearing, because I know you're familiar with your city, but that's, I believe, it says Rochelle, and it says Aldi on it. So would you agree that's accurate?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
Okay. And then the other mark, down the yellow brick, down at the bottom of the page there, running alongside of 183. And matter of fact, if I remember the conversation you had in this interview, you were comparing it to being alongside of that highway, correct?
I don't remember, maybe, I don't remember.
Okay. And so right there is the location of this Oyo hotel. Does that look right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And yesterday you said that you did follow up on that lead to see. Okay. There is one more picture in this group. Let's get it all published. Picture of Oyo Hotel. Okay, does that look familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Excuse me. You didn't go over to the Oyo Hotel. You confirmed that yesterday. You didn't investigate that location, correct?
I did not, no, ma'am.
And yet, the purpose that was stated was to take care of business, and that there was supposedly, in that day, drugs in the trunk of the vehicle, possibly in a suitcase, correct? According to what she
That's what she said.
Yes. And she being Miss Villanueva.
Yes, ma'am.
And in order to make buys at a hotel, it would be possible that my client, Kefren, would have gotten out with his drugs and maybe approached someone at the hotel. Possible.
Possible?
And what we don't know is, did Villanueva take over her vehicle, leaving him there to conduct his business? I mean, it's not like she's involved with him at this short period of time, correct?
Yep.
They don't have a relationship, right? They're not boyfriend, girlfriend.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. Detective Mayberga has no idea, can't speak to the specifics of the labels given between the two individuals' relationship status.
Okay, I'll let him answer if he knows.
Did you get the impression they were boyfriend, girlfriend at this short time?
No, I did not.
Okay. And therefore, taking care of his business may not want to include her going into a room or location where maybe a sale was being conducted. Would that be surprising?
Possibility is.
I mean, we don't know.
We don't know, exactly.
But it's possible he went in by himself,
Don't know.
right? And it's possible that he wouldn't want to bring a stranger into that environment, correct?
Maybe.
Okay. And it's possible he was left there, but what we don't know is for sure what happened, right?
At the Oyo, no, ma'am.
Because we didn't check on any surveillance at this location, correct?
No, we did not.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Bankett?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I take this defendant's 126 from you real quick? And the one, in the case of you. I'll take a look at it if you want to.
Videos we got.
Moving on to defendant, or with state exhibit 119.
Yes, ma'am?
towards this area of the shorts. Specifically to like any potential drawstrings or anything like that, okay?
Excuse me?
To any potential drawstrings.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Bankhead, pull that mic a little closer to you when you get a chance.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Ms. Summers.
Alright, and I'm gonna play it for you just one more time. Paying special attention to the shorts again. What color shorts are those?
They look beige, maybe?
This is January 27th, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 484, which has already been admitted for all purposes from the video that the defense has showed us today with the mysterious foot. And Your Honor, will you dim the lights just a little bit, please? So I want to just direct your attention to this area here. Do you see this?
Yes, ma'am.
And then here, and this is the foot,
Yes, ma'am.
and this little squiggle line. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
If I was to play the video, which I can pull up here really quickly, at a certain point, do you actually see the other foot that belongs to this body?
It's like a shadowed foot, yes, ma'am.
Like somebody standing there?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me get that on the video, because looking at this picture, it's a little bit easier to see on the video. Do you know what a live photo is?
I know they have movement before they stop. I think a little bit of movement before they stop, is that correct?
Is it your understanding of live photos that it captures a short period of time as a photo is being taken?
Okay. No, ma'am, but, okay.
Have you ever held down on a photo before and it kind of moves a little bit?
Yes, I have.
Did you know that when live photos are uploaded to cell phone extractions, that short clip actually loads into the system
Yes, ma'am.
as a short
Well, I didn't know
video
it was a live
clip?
photo, I just knew that it did that.
As a short video clip?
Yes, ma'am.
That would have been 2004, I think it was. Alright, so we're looking at that video that we've watched with defense and IMG _ 2004. Do you know what IMG typically stands for?
I would assume image.
Like a photo? And if we do the same thing defense walked us through on their exhibit, and if you pay special attention to that area that we're following, are you able to see in this area what looks like another foot?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to see in this area another foot that we've been focusing on so much this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to see that cord to an item?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to see what looks like it could be beige shorts with a drawstring?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Alright, let's republish that where we got it frozen at, and pretty clear on here, so give me a second. And
No,
this,
the exhibit?
the same exhibit, yes, but we got it frozen, the same exhibit, so this would be,
That's y'all's exhibit.
yeah,
Same
one
exhibit.
twenty-six, I'm trying to read it, defendant's exhibit 126, and referencing that alias foot. Isn't it true, detective, that cone brown item right there, reference it on the right screen, I'm gonna come over behind you, is the post, the holding up the bed?
Where at? Underneath the beige?
Yes,
I don't know.
could be, huh?
I don't think so.
Nothing further.
Anything further, Ms. Bankett?
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, Detective, thank you for your testimony. You may be excused. Just make yourself available if you need to be recalled. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state's gonna call Detective Kevin Berkeley out.
Okay?
Mr. Sierra, you're live.
Judge, before Detective Berkeley actually steps in, while he's stepping in, the state's gonna offer for all purposes at this time, state's exhibit number 432, which are the phone numbers that have been, available for the jurors during the course of testimony, since this trial began, and state's exhibit 431, which are the addresses that we've been discussing for all purposes at this time.
Do you need the address?
Any objections from the defense on stage 431 and 432?
May I look at the exhibit?
Yes.
You want to know your address right now?
No, I'm looking for the exhibit.
You want to put that in? Yeah, I was fine.
This one and this one and this one.
Detective, you may have a seat. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Stage 431 and 432 will be admitted for all purposes.
Permission to proceed, Your Honor.
Yes, permission is granted. This witness has already been sworn. Just a minute, Ms. Amaza.
And Judge, just for purposes of the record, I want to object under 702, 401, and 403, and under the due process clause under the 14, that this witness not be declared an expert and his testimony should not be admitted.
Okay, objections overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Ms. Amaza.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Berkeley. Will you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, it's Kevin Berkleo, and it's Burkleo.
Detective Berkeley, where are you currently employed?
With the City of Irving Police Department.
And what do you do for the Irving Police Department?
I am currently assigned to the Major Crimes Unit, Crimes Against Persons Unit.
And what is the Crimes Against Persons Unit?
We investigate all the major crimes, like the name, and we do often involved shootings, we do homicides, We do robberies, sexual assaults, aggravated assaults, and any other high-profile offense.
Now, Detective Berkeley, do you know someone, two individuals by the name of Detective Adam Mayorga and Detective Hilton?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know those individuals?
They are other detectives within my unit.
So they're Irving police officers that you work with pretty
Yes.
closely? Now, very briefly, could you tell the jurors a little bit about your training and experience?
Okay, well, I've been a police officer in Irving for approximately 22 years, just under 22 years. I've been a police officer overall for almost 28 years. I started out working as a reserve deputy out in Ector County in Odessa, Texas. I also worked 5 years for full-time for the Lamesa Police Department, which is out by Lubbock. And then I came to Irving and been there pretty much ever since.
How long have you been with the Irving Police Department?
Just under 22 years.
22 years,
Yes.
okay. And in that time with the Irving Police Department, have you worked just in, I'm gonna call it papers, is that the crime against persons unit?
Crimes against persons,
All right.
papers, yes.
Is papers the acronym for it?
Yes.
Alright, so if I accidentally run into that, I want the jurors to make sure they know what I'm talking about. How long have you been in the papers unit?
Since 2014.
And are you a certified peace officer?
Yes, I am, and I have a master's peace officer license.
Okay, and is that a police officer?
Yes.
Alright, now, Detective Berklio, we know, we've heard a little bit about the roles and responsibilities that Detective Hilton and Detective Mayorga have. Is it fair to say y'all all kind of do and have similar tasks and duties within that unit?
Yes, we do.
Do you have any specialized training in any particular areas outside of normal law enforcement responsibilities and investigations?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, I am a certified ZX subject matter expert in cellular records analysis and geolocation.
Alright, so let's talk about that. Have you ever heard the term cell phone mapping?
Yes,
What is cell phone mapping?
that's the generic term for geolocation.
Alright, and so, have you ever had to map the coordinates of where a device, or more specifically, where the tower is for that device, for purposes of your investigation?
Yes, I have.
How long have you been doing that?
I did my first case back in 2011. One of my other colleagues had showed me about mapping a cell phone and how relevant that could be to an investigation. So I immediately tried to find a school that could teach me about that. And back in 2011, I went to a 3-day school on hand mapping cellular records.
So when we talk about cellular records, we're talking about entities like AT&T or T-Mobile and networks like those, is that right?
Correct.
So if records are, let me ask it this way. Is it pretty common for you as an investigator to order records from networks like AT&T or T-Mobile?
Yes, it is.
Would you say that's a critical component in the pursuit of your investigation?
It has become that in probably the last 5 to 6 years. It's become so important to the investigations, yes.
Well, why is that?
Cell phone records analysis and mapping of the cell phones is a very big corroborating piece of evidence that will corroborate where the user of the phone is during the commission of a crime or around the crime scene or around evidence or any other kind of thing.
Alright, now, when your agency requests records, do you do that with a search warrant?
Yes, it is Fourth Amendment protected, so we have to have a search warrant approved by a district court judge versus a little local judge that has to approve that before we can get those records.
So district court judge would be like Judge Nate here?
Yes.
And the 283. Okay, so if you request records like from AT&T, for instance, what, if anything, do they return back to the agency, to you, as a police officer?
They generally send back a set of what's called CDRs, they're call detail records. In the case of AT&T, they also send back a NELOS record, which is, it's NELOS. It's just an acronym for Network Location Services. They send back the subscriber information, some payment information if that's what you ask for. And then they send back some guides of how to read their records.
Now, do they provide, does the network also provide locations of where their towers are respective to a communication being made from that device?
Yes, they do.
And can you tell us a little bit about what that information looks like?
So in the case of AT&T, with every call that's logged, which is called a toll, within that record, that line item on a spreadsheet essentially, they give a tower number, they give a latitude and a longitude of the tower, and they give a side of the tower, which we call a sector, and they also give an azimuth of that antenna. An azimuth is just a word for the direct center of that side of the tower.
Okay, so are the towers, are they fixed points?
Yes.
Alright, so in other words, in a place like, we're in Dallas, the city of Dallas today, I know you work in Irving, would you agree with me that those are pretty heavily concentrated, heavily populated areas?
I would.
And so, networks like AT&T or T-Mobile or whoever the phone provider is, what do they do to accommodate the concentration of population in a place like Dallas or Irving versus maybe somewhere a little like less populated like Midland, Texas?
So cellular networks, based on tower density. So a high urban area such as maybe downtown Dallas that has, let's say, a lot of tall buildings with a lot of glass, a lot of concrete, and a whole lot of people that use cellular phones all the time, you may have tower density of every couple of blocks. And if you've noticed, a lot of the buildings now, just on the sides of the buildings, have cellular antennas. When you get outside of the Metroplex, and maybe you're going down I-20 towards West Texas, and there's nothing out there, you may not have a cell tower every 20 miles, maybe every 30 miles, because there's no load, busyness of people using the cell towers out that way, so they don't have to have them as often.
So when I'm making a phone call with my cell phone, can you kind of describe to the jurors what the process is of me making that call and how that information is captured by AT&T or any other network provider, and what information is subsequently provided in the records that you receive pursuant to a search warrant? That was a long question. So break it up. If I need to break it up, I'll be happy to do that.
So essentially a cellular network consists of basically big computers, and they have lines that go out to certain cell sites. And those cell sites, you've seen the towers, you've seen them on the sides of buildings. Sometimes they have multiple technologies stacked on top of each other. So sometimes they have 4 or 5 different cell towers or cell sites up on one tower. So if I make a call on a cellular phone, that phone uses RF signal, which is radio frequency. Just like the radio in your car, it uses a radio frequency. It sends a signal to the tower that has the best signal. It's not always the closest tower. It's not always the strongest signal tower. It's the best quality of signal for that tower. And then it sends it to that tower. That tower then goes down into some switches and some wires and sends it out to the network, looking for the other recipient of that call. The network knows where your phones are, because it's very important to their business model to be able to know exactly where all the phones are so that they can direct those calls, and those calls don't get dropped. So then it goes out, it finds the other phone that you're calling, it goes out to that tower nearest that cell device that has the best quality signal, and then it sends it RF radio frequency down to the receiver of that device.
And that's how a call is made.
That's how a call is made.
Alright, so when it comes to these towers, we talked about how they're physical fixed fixture, or physical fixture, is that right?
Yes.
Alright, can you describe, you talked about you use the word sector. What is a sector?
So generally most antennas, and there's all kinds of different antennas, but the main antennas that are used are triangular in shape. They're 3-sided. They're oriented up on top of that cell tower in a direction using a compass, the old-fashioned way of a 360-degree compass, lined with 0 degrees is due north. And then they align those to get the best coverage area in the areas that they need those to be. So with that triangular shape, we have one side of the antenna, other side of the antenna, third side of the antenna. The azimuth or sector, the azimuth is just the dead center of that side of the tower, facing in a direction, and it's a specific direction within that compass. And the sector is considered the entire side of that tower and the radio frequency that it emits out to capture the cell phone radio frequency back.
Okay, so, you know a lot about cell phones, so let's talk about what your training, how did you get to know, or how did you begin to learn all of this information that you're testifying here today?
So as I was saying, back in 2011, a colleague had showed me, he went to a class and said, man, look at this, and he mapped a cell record and said, look how close it is to this offense. Of course, that immediately sparked my interest in that. I went to my very first class in 2011, and it was just a class on hand mapping cellular records. Went to that class, and of course I immediately came back, and we had a large burglary ring that was operating out of Houston, and they were hitting people's houses for jewelry all over the state of Texas. We got lucky break, figured out who they were. I was able to get their phone numbers because they rented a car and they left a phone number, and I was able to hand map the suspects at every location around the state of Texas, showing them in the area of the offense locations at the time the offenses happened. So of course, with that kind of sparked more energy in me and wanting to learn more and do it better. I went to another class in 2013, and it was a 3-day, 24-hour class, and it was on analyzing the phone records and hand mapping the phone records. That one was put on by the NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crime Center. They do a lot of free training. Also in 2013, I went to an 8-hour ZX course. And you're going to hear a lot more about ZX. ZX is the software that we use to map these records. I went to that course, learned a lot, learned about ZX and the software that they use. I then in 2017 went to a 40-hour, which is a 5-day ZX class on cellular records analysis and geolocation. That was my first really large class on using software to analyze records and to assist in investigations. With that, I then went in 2018, I did several more cases along with my casework, and became proficient enough that I went to the subject matter expert class in 2018 of ZX, put on by ZX, and it's a certification class that you had to go through to get your certification as a subject matter expert. That wasn't all of it in that realm, as you had to pass the class, but then you also had to do several, 3 projects to be exact, of nationally, what's the word I'm looking for, national cases, crimes that ZX had done, and you had to go in and do a full analysis on that case. And then they had to peer review that, and I had to do that within a year to get the certification.
Okay, so, let's talk about what ZX is. What is ZX?
So basically ZX is just a software analytics company. They came up with a way to convert the call detail records that we get from the phone companies and turn them into a visual representation on Google Earth in a map format.
So essentially, if you subpoenaed records from AT&T, you would take those records, and then what would you do with the ZX software to be able to create this Google map that you're talking about?
So basically, you just add in some little bit of information to show what files that you're using, and that you're gonna upload. You enter that information, then you just drag and drop the files into their software, and it converts it into a Google Earth Red file, which is called a KML file. And it's a Google Earth only language. It's their computer language to work on Google Earth. And then once it's done, it sends you an email, and you go onto their website and you download the KML file that they converted into a mapping format.
Now, back in 2011, when you started in your first cellular mappings, would you get the entirety of would you get like months of data from somebody like AT&T to be able to map all of those coordinates?
So typically back then, we would only get a day or two around the offenses. That particular case I was speaking of earlier encompassed several months, so I ended up getting almost a year's worth of data. And there was, I don't even know the number, but it was close to 100,000 different calls.
So back then, in that 2011 case you're talking about, did you have ZADX at that time, that software, to be able to create this Google map you're talking about?
No, I did not.
How did you graph that?
So I had to do each one of those by hand. Obviously, 100,000 calls became very voluminous, and there's just no way that I could hand map 100,000 calls. What I did map was the offense location times, and then a couple of calls, maybe 5 or 10 calls on either side of those for each offense that we had around Texas. And I think there were at least 10 different offenses all around Texas that I had to do that on. That ended up taking me close to 3.5 months to get it all done by hand.
That was by hand. So if you have that same case today in 2022, and you had a year's worth of cellular records, would you be able to use ZADX to be able to map that case today?
Yes, I would.
Okay. So we talked about receiving these records from AT&T, and the jury has heard from AT&T already, but does AT&T also provide a latitude and longitude of the cell tower when at the time of the call being made?
Yes, I did.
And when you put this information, you take AT&T's records and you put this information into ZADX, a KML file is generated. What do you do at that point with this newly generated file?
That KML file is then uploaded into Google Earth, which is, many people may have seen it, but it's a proprietary deal with Google. And then I build a case file with all of the different phones that might be in the same case. Some cases only have one phone, some cases have 3 phones, some have 5 phones.
Ms. Almazi,
Yes, ma'am.
just a moment. It's about time for the jury to take lunch. Can you just get to a stopping point at some point, next, 5 minutes or so, or this is a good time, whichever you prefer?
Whatever the court asks me to do, I'm happy to accommodate the jurors, whatever the court desires.
We will take our lunch now,
Okay?
because we're gonna be letting you guys go a little early. So let's go ahead and take it now.
You'd have to throw something out there to get my attention.
All right, you all may be seated. All right, counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Detective Berkeley, you're the same Detective Kevin Berkeley who was testifying here before we broke for lunch today, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Alright, so Detective Berkeley, when we broke for lunch, I was asking you about the records that were received from the network provider like AT&T. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you get records from an entity like AT&T, and like I mentioned before, AT&T has already testified before this jury, what kind of format do they provide those records to you?
AT&T in particular provides them into two separate formats. Both of them are identical. One of them is a PDF format, and then they also do a text document, which is kind of like Notepad.
So when they provide you the PDF version and the text version, are those, do they contain the same information?
Yes, they do.
So that would be like the phone number, the date and time, the length of the call or contact, latitude, longitude, azimuth, all of the things we testified here today.
Yes.
And when you get those records and you get the PDF version, can you alter that document?
No, I cannot.
When you get the text version, can you alter that document?
The text, the original one we cannot, because it's within a zipped file, and that's where the original file is. Now, the extracted version out of that could be manipulated if it wanted to be.
So let's be clear. When you receive the documents or records from AT&T, they're in a zipped file. Is that electronic?
Yes.
And I know probably this jury seems capable of understanding what a zipped file is, but do you have to unzip the file and therefore open it up and extract it so you're able to view all of the records?
Yes, you do.
All right. And when it comes to these records, I know you told us that the PDF and the text file contain the exact information. Which file do you utilize to upload into ZX?
We use the text document, the Notepad version.
And you said that could be manipulated. What did you mean by that?
Being that it's not a protected document, I could literally go in there and erase things or whatever needed to be, whatever manipulation you wanted to make.
Have you ever done that?
Never once.
Okay. So if you upload this text file into ZX, and ZX is able to produce a Google Map version of those records, are you able to corroborate that KML file that came from ZX and Google Earth to the PDF file that was originally submitted from AT&T?
Yes, and that's how I do the corroborations that I do to make sure that ZX does the mapping and the plotting and the information correctly.
So we talked about hand mapping back in the day. Is that, can you kind of synthesize that for the jurors in terms of what you used to have to do back in the day in 2011 versus what you would do in 2022?
So back in the day, hand mapping, as you can imagine, would create some errors because I'm copying and pasting the latitudes and the longitudes. I'm copying, pasting or typing in the tower numbers and the sector numbers and the azimuths and putting those into it's Microsoft Streets and Trips, which is no longer, that tells you how long ago it was. It's not even a program anymore. And we program that in there and make a dialog box, much like you're going to see with the ZX stuff. But copying and typing that stuff in there and all that, there was all kinds of errors that I would have to go back and correct once I realized I was off by one or whatever the case may be.
So back in 2011, when you think back in the day, as if it was like, a century ago.
That was a long time ago.
Technology has advanced since then.
Yes.
And now it sounds like you're capable of taking a greater quantity of information and utilizing this ZX software to be able to provide and corroborate details in your investigation.
Yes, that's what ZX does. ZX wrote a program that reads the call detail records and reads that specific information and translates it into the KNO file. And that significantly reduces all of your error rates because the machine, once it's told to look at the lat and long, the latitude and the longitude, it doesn't transpose a 5 for a 6. It can't do that. The machine can't do that. It can only read what's there and translate what's there. It doesn't, say, well, today's Tuesday, so I'm gonna make a different latitude or a different longitude. It just, the machine can't do that. And so the error rates of hand mapping versus, the ZX software that's programmed to do that completely eliminated all that.
And is it fair to say that you can double check that Google Map KML file that's generated to the PDF and then hand map those records if you wanted to today?
Yes,
So if I asked you to take the AT&T records that have already been submitted and produced in front of this jury, and asked you to hand map, could you do that?
I could, yes.
I'm not gonna make you do that, but I just want to make sure it's clear that you can do that to further validate the records from ZX.
Yes.
Alright, so Detective Barkley, you get a Google Map record, and earlier, before the break, you testified that you can, that you may use several other phone numbers or devices and do the same thing to those devices with
Yes.
that information. So, and then let me kind of clean that question up a little bit. If you are given, or you're working in an investigation and you're given call detail records for multiple devices or multiple people's phones, do you input all of those devices at once into the ZX software, or would you have to do them individually or something else?
You do it kind of a combination. So, I create, on the first page, you fill in the case number, the phone number, the color that I want it to be, Central Time, and, it translates from UTC time into the Central Time or whatever market we would be in, but here we're Central. And then I can do, also I can cut the records down, so if I had a year's worth of records and I only needed a month's worth of records, I could trim that down to where it will only process that small amount. Then I drag and drop the actual file into ZX, and then you just hit the back button, change your phone number, change your color, and then go back to the next page and drop the next phone. And then you do that for each phone consecutive.
And so, and I think the jury's figuring out that you did that in this case involving Catherine Thomas. Is
I
that
did
right?
this for 3 different phones.
Alright, so let me ask you, did you create a ZX file, KML file for Jessica Hernandez's phone at 214-498-6706?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a Google ZX KML file for the defendant's phone at 972-523-0051?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a ZX Google KML file for Casey Presswood's phone at 214-440-7284?
Yes, I did.
Did you do a Google Map, did you do a ZX Google Earth file, KML file for Yajara Villanueva at 682-248-7332?
No, I did not.
Alright, so the phones that you looked at were the complainant, Jessica Hernandez, the defendant, and Casey Presswood. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct.
And, did you input their information in the same way that you've already described in front of this jury here today?
Yes, I did.
Now, when the KML file was created, were you able to take the information that you had from the call detail records and subsequently corroborate it with other information from other parts of this investigation?
Yes, this particular case had a significant amount of corroborating information that allowed me to corroborate that the phone records and the locations that it was showing the device were accurate.
And is it fair to say that, well, let me ask you this, how is that significant or important to validating the call detail records that would have come from the ZX KML file?
So it's significant in that, if just for some reason I hand mapped and only had one location, it happens to be the offense location, and that tower covers that area, but I had no other corroborating information or other phone, hits within that record, that one spot alone is not enough to corroborate that the device is in that location, because there could be any number of things. When we have corroborating information such as video, or pictures or other things, that when the phone records show that it's there, such as this case, it showed that he was at a Jack in the Box in Irving. We then were able to go to the Jack in the Box and say, hey, do y'all have video? Can we see that? And we see the car that they're in in the drive-through, thus corroborating the accuracy of the records. And we were able to do that numerous times throughout this offense time.
So the jury's seen a lot of evidence, a lot of surveillance footage, a lot of records. Were you able to incorporate, you talked about the Jack in the Box footage, were you able to incorporate that in your animation that we're about to see here today?
Yes, I did.
Did you obtain Whataburger footage and utilize that to corroborate the call detail records that we're about to see today?
Yes, I did.
What about Yellow Cab records?
Yes, I did.
Did you see, or were you able to incorporate vivid video from the defendant's home?
Yes.
What about video footage from Aldi and Rock Racetrack?
Yes, we were.
Were you able to incorporate video footage from the Nest camera from the victim's home?
Yes, I did.
And all of that did that further validate the call detail records of each of these three devices?
It absolutely validated that the phone records and the locations that it was showing are accurate.
Okay, Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, Detective Berklio, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 345. Is this the Google Earth that contained all of the records that you already talked about, the big KML file we've talked about here today?
Yes.
And does it contain the information that you've already addressed as far as the defendant's call detail records, Jessica Hernandez's call detail records, and Casey Presswood's call detail records?
Correct.
Now, we've talked about how massive that file is. Do you do something to help illustrate to the jury what those call details look like in terms of the Google map or Google Earth vision?
Yes, I create an animation. Basically, Google Earth allows you to fly to locations, so it allows you to go in time, and ZedX's program is all done on the timestamps of the phone when the calls were made, and it allows you to go in time, and you can fly from one phone call to the next phone call, and so forth and so on.
I mean, it's literally like you're a bird and you're kind of doing an overhead view and then swooping down into these various locations. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 346. Is this the animation that you're talking about that you just testified to a moment ago?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to offer State's Exhibit 345, which is the entire KML file, in this case for record purposes. At State's Exhibit number 346, which is the animation that Detective Berklio testified to for all purposes, tendering to defense counsel for objections.
Your Honor, no objection to no objection to 345, Your Honor. I'm objecting to 346, the demonstrative is very prejudicial. And the fact that it has slogans, it has agency-specific depictions, and I think we lose our objectivity. It looks like a billboard. And for those reasons, Your Honor, pursuant to 403, it's very prejudicial, and I don't think it should be admitted.
Okay.
It lacks objectivity.
I am going to overrule that objection. States 345 and 346 will be admitted for all purposes.
And Judge, while I'm standing up, I'm going to offer State's Exhibit number 486. These are the demonstrative recordings of the video, the sort of suitcase being rolled with the previous witness, Detective Mayorga, which I articulated to the court that I would have available. We're only offering State's Exhibit 486 for demonstrative purposes, which is what the jurors viewed at the time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, 46 for the state is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so, if I could just have 1 second, Judge, to get
Okay.
ready, and I will get this party started. Oh, you know what? I forgot to ask you, Detective Berklio. Totally forgot to talk about Google. Have you heard of an entity called Google?
Yes, I have.
All right, that's a silly question. Tell the jury what Google is.
Well, basically, Google is a company that profits off of advertising.
Google's a search engine?
It has a search engine, it has multiple facets of business, all based around advertising.
And does Google also, have a part of its umbrella organization, does it also generate emails?
Yes, it does.
It has an email prefix or suffix of Gmail, is that right?
Correct.
Now, in this case, were search warrants sent to Google for both the defendant and the victim's email accounts?
Yes, they were.
Were you able to get that information back from Google?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about what that information looks like?
Basically, it comes in the same similar format as from the phone company. It comes in zip files, electronically. They have, Google has a law enforcement portal that you actually log on to download those, items securely. They come in zip files that can't be manipulated, and those get saved into our case file.
What kind of information does Google provide if they do have a return of someone's email?
They provide quite a bit of information. The most significant for this case would be location information. Many people have heard that Google tracks everything. Google does track pretty much everything. And they own a whole bunch of things, even on iPhone, little apps that you have on, like Google Maps and Flashlight and several other different types of applications that are on your phone are owned by Google, and therefore those are tracked by location.
So Google, when it tenders these records to law enforcement, does it provide similar kinds of information that like AT&T would provide?
Yes, so Google's location information that they provide comes in a spreadsheet, and it gives you a specific latitude and a longitude, which is an exact point, and then it gives you a range that it believes that is accurate. It comes in 3 different formats, one of them being GPS, Global Positioning Satellites. The second one is Wi-Fi, and the third one is Cellular Triangulation.
So what's the most accurate of those three formats?
By far the most accurate is the GPS, the Global Positioning Satellites, because there's numerous satellites that are always contacting and could pinpoint locations down to 5 and 10 meters.
And you talk about Wi-Fi. What do you mean by Wi-Fi as far as locating where someone may be?
Well, if you've used Google Earth, or if you've used Google Maps and you've looked at the Google Street View, where you can zoom down in and actually be on the street that you're looking at and see the houses, the cars, all that stuff. That little car that drives around, that's the Google car. It's all painted up Google, and it's got cameras. It's got a big bubble camera, and it's got multiple cameras all the way around it. Well, it's going along collecting all of that street view footage that they stitch into the street view, but it is also collecting every Wi-Fi in that area. So as it drives along the street, it's saying Berkeley's Wi-Fi, Judge's Wi-Fi, Defense Attorney's Wi-Fi, and it's just collecting those, and it's giving a location, a date, and a timestamp, and it logs all of that stuff. So it knows exactly where every Wi-Fi is, pretty close in the United States.
So if I have my Wi-Fi turned on right now, I know that Dallas County has Wi-Fi. We've all seen the signs that are actually running around. Would Google know that Dallas County has a wireless Wi-Fi system here in the building?
Yes, they would.
And so if I'm in this building with my Wi-Fi turned on, and then I'm involved in a crime, and it happens to be in this building, could Google, if you request those records, could this device be linked to me being at a certain time in this building?
Yes, it could.
All right. So and that's because they're collecting all of these folks that have Wi-Fi.
Yes, it's not actually connecting to the Wi-Fi, it's just seeing the Wi-Fi and then locating and putting a location stamp. They know Wi-Fi's range, a certain distance out from the actual device, and so they can measure and estimate where your location is when you hit that Wi-Fi spot.
Okay. So you don't have to necessarily connect to the Wi-Fi.
Correct.
All right. Now, so you talked about GPS, you talked about Wi-Fi, and what was the third one you mentioned?
Cellular triangulation.
Okay, let's talk about that. What is that?
So it's very much like the cellular records, call detail. It's where it hits hits cell towers, but it hits multiple cell towers, and then they estimate the distance, based on the RF signal from traveling from the device to the towers, and then it estimates where that would be within the range of those 3 towers that it's hitting.
And so, when records are received from Google, does it articulate, do those records also articulate what type of contact it is, whether it's GPS, Wi-Fi, or cellular data, or cellular triangulation, as you talked about?
Yes, it gives a latitude and a longitude where it thinks the device is. It tells you that it's GPS, Wi-Fi, or cellular, and it also gives you a meteor radius that it could be within on the map.
Now, can that information, that Google information, be corroborative with, for example, AT&T records?
Yes, it could.
So you could use the two and say, compare and contrast and say, this person was hitting at Wi-Fi at a certain location, 121 Crystal Lake Drive, and it just so happens that this person's cell phone receives text messages at that same time pursuant to the AT&T records, and they show to be in the same latitude and longitude and area.
Approximately, yes.
Approximately. Oh, thank you for correcting me. I want to make sure we're clear. All right. So in this case, were records obtained or requested for the defendant and the victim?
Yes.
And did Urban Police Department receive any records from Google?
Yes, it is.
What records did y'all receive?
We call it the Google timeline. It includes photographs, other things that are on the web, that's stored on the cloud, like emails and that. And it also includes location information, if there is location information.
And was that for Jessica Hernandez?
Jessica Hernandez's phone, Google did have location information.
And did y'all receive any records for the defendant's information?
Yes, we did.
Okay, were there any records obtained, or Google timeline records obtained for the defendant?
There were, but they did not have any location information in them.
Were you able to utilize those records for purposes of your animation here today, the defendants?
The victims.
Well, no, did you use any information from the defendant's Google records in your animation today?
No.
Did you use any information obtained for the victims or Ms. Hernandez's Google information, Google timeline records in your animation here today?
Yes, I did.
All right, Your Honor, this has already been admitted, but just for purposes of record, the state's referring to State's Exhibit number 341, Ms. Hernandez's Google timeline records.
Okay, so noted.
All right, so, Detective Berkeley, give me just a second to get set up here. And at this time, the state's gonna publish State's Exhibit 346. Okay, come on, hit the button. HDMI, okay, thank you. All right, now Detective Berkeley, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 346, the animation, which is in an MP4 format, is that right?
Yes.
Because I want the jurors to kind of understand your testimony as we're going through this presentation, it's about a little over 23 minutes. As we're going through the presentation, there are going to be points that I stop in the presentation. If there are, I'd like to be able to explain and talk through that. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
If there are points in the presentation that I keep going past and you feel are important to point out to these jurors, please let me know. Can we do that?
Yes.
All right. And one other thing I did mention, the items that we talked about here regarding the taxi cab records, the videos that we discussed, did you incorporate those in this animation here today?
Yes, I did.
And those have already been previously published and admitted before the jury.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop the video at about 15 seconds. We see here in this animation that there are 3
So those are just the colors that I mapped them in. So, the defendant's phone, I mapped in red, so every time you see a red dot or a red shaded area on the map, that's his device hitting the tower. Same thing in green, that'll be the victim's devices hitting the cell towers or the Google information, and pink for, Mr. Pressler.
Okay, and as we're going through the presentation, we'll articulate whether it's red or purple, excuse me, red or pink or green, and what kind of contact is being made. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. Let me pause the video here at 23 seconds. What are we looking at right here?
So because I'm aware that the jury is allowed to take this back to view if they decide to, I put in some examples.
Objection, Your Honor. It was offered only for demonstrative purposes as a misrepresentation to the jury.
No, I believe it was offered for all purposes, Your Honor.
Yeah, this particular one is for all purposes.
May
I stand corrected, Your Honor.
Very good.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Okay, you were saying, Detective Barclay.
So I prepare examples so that the rest of the animation, they can refer back to the examples to know what they're seeing on the screen. In this particular area, you see the oblong shape. That's simply what we call the horizontal plane. It's the handoff coverage area of that particular tower. What the red line is pointing to is the green dot with the black line. That signifies the actual cell site where that tower is located. And that's done by GPS latitude and longitude. And that's the icon that you'll see.
Okay, so one other thing I want to kind of point out here. So these are just the examples. We're not actually going into the evidence at this point. Is that right?
Correct.
You have the number here 3524. What does that number refer to?
So the 3524 is the row number within the actual raw records that you can go to that contains the information for that particular call.
So for example, if the jurors wanted to look at the AT&T records, they could go to line 3524 if that's what they wanted to, and they could identify that information from the AT&T records and compare it to this example.
Correct.
And this is just for the for example purposes, is that right?
Yes. Stop it right there. So as we were talking earlier, when I spoke about azimuths, that is represented upon the thin black line that's run straight out from the tower to the edge of the handoff area. That's just the direction that the tower's that side of the tower is facing, and that is the direct center of that side of the tower. Alright, and then the shaded area is an H-plane. That's the horizontal plane, otherwise known as the handoff area. So that's an approximation done by ZX based upon tower density, how many towers are in the area that it needs to make the cell, and also by lots of drive testing that they have done where they've actually driven it. They use a drive test scanner and they test the area to see what towers and where you're at and what tower it hits.
Okay, so this green area, you called it the handoff area.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
So cellular phones, cellular companies, I should say, cellular companies want to make money, and they want to not have their customers drop calls. And so you want to be able to talk to whoever you're talking to seamlessly without having to hang up and dial it back because you dropped the call. They start to lose money, people start to lose trust in them. So the handoff area is a seamless transition from this tower to another tower as the handset moves.
And that was about 35 seconds that I paused that video. Resuming with the video. Alright, so I'm gonna stop the video at about 39 seconds. about 38 seconds now. And can you tell us now what this pop-up box is that we see here?
So this is the dialog box that contains the information that is in the raw records. On each line that's a call in the raw records, this dialog box puts a lot of that information. Doesn't put every last bit of the information, but it puts a lot of the information there so that you can tell this particular call matches this line number, and this is the information that's in there.
Okay, so line 3524, there's a start time call on January 26, 2020 at 1:08:41. Is that right?
Right.
Would that be Central Standard Time or UTC time?
It's gonna be Central Standard Time.
And then we see the next thing, which is the target number. We'll pause it there at 41 seconds.
And so that is the target number that is, of the record. So it will always be that number for the green. It'll always be that number.
And I'm glad you brought that up. So we see that it's called the tracks box, is that right?
Yes, Trax is the name of the software that ZX created. They just call it the Trax suite.
And it's highlighted in green, and I also noticed that the handoff area is in green. Is that significant?
Yes, it's all color coordinated for that phone so that it all matches, and you can tell very easily that which phone that belongs to.
Okay, thank you. And then at 45 seconds to stop the video, and what do we see here?
That is the information of the direction of the call and who it's connected to. If it was a data call, it would just have data in there, so it wouldn't have a direction and who it's connected to. It would just say data.
What is a data call?
A data connection is, so your smartphones these days, are almost always connected to the network. So anytime your email updates and you get that little ding on your side, that's your phone having a data connection to the network, which is then in turn to Facebook or email or whoever's doing it, depending on the apps that you have on your phone.
Alright, resuming the video, the animation. Alright, at 49 seconds to stop the video.
So that is the tower information contained in that raw record.
And then at 51 seconds.
And that is the time zone conversion. So ZX does convert UTC time to whatever market that this phone belongs in. So they do business literally all over the world now. Our records here are in Central Time or Central Daylight Time. And so it converts that so that it's automatically at the top in the correct format and correct time for us, for ease of use, essentially.
So at this time, it would have been a UTC adjusted from -6.
Yes.
Okay. And resuming the animation. Alright, so let me pause the video at about 1:04. We see here at the top, we're talking about Google timeline records. Can you tell us about what we're seeing here?
So notice you don't see the big shaded area. All you see is the little green dot and a number out beside that. Much like the records, that is the approximate location of the actual device. And the number out beside it is the row number that ZX took from the Google record to be able to get that particular spot.
So in this particular case, at 1 minute and 4 seconds, we're looking at line number 47.
Yes.
Alright, so let me stop here at 1 minute and 11 seconds. What do we see here in this track pop-up box?
Just like it does for the phone records from the phone company, they create a dialog box that's labeled Google, and it has pretty much the same information in terms of it has the information related to that particular line on the spreadsheet.
Now, let me change this, stop here at 1 minute and 13 seconds, and we've just seen the source GPS or Wi-Fi, and here you got GPS. Which one did you say is the most accurate of the three ways to geolocate something that's related to Google?
So GPS is by far the most accurate.
And do you know how accurate it is? Like,
So it will tell you three lines down.
Alright, let's keep going. Latitude and longitude, and then display radius hit,
Yep, the display of radius, I didn't see what number was in there.
said 4.
So that's accurate to 4 meters.
I'm gonna pause the video at 116. So display radius in meters would be 4. 4 meters.
4 meters.
Yeah, I mean, how much that might be in.
That's from me to you or less, roughly. I don't know exactly, but.
And what the witnesses are, for the record, that's, the state is seated at the state's table, and the witness stand is to the right of the state's table. I'm sure we could get a measuring stick, but, you think that's about 4 meters, give or take.
Roughly, maybe just a little less, but pretty close.
Continuing on with the animation, we also see the UTC. Alright, so let me pause, here now at 1 minute and 23 seconds, AT&T NELOS records examples. What is NELOS?
So NELOS is the network location system for AT&T. They pull their estimated locations of devices different than other phone companies. AT&T typically pulls off of different applications that are being used rather than the phone communicating with the tower. So T-Mobile, all phones actually communicate with the device to the tower and all the towers in the area approximately 26 times a second. So T-Mobile's capturing a little bit of that information here and there sporadically, and they give an estimation of the device. AT&T's does it a little bit different in that it does it when the device is using an app. It then captures what the app thinks it is, so it's not quite as accurate of a location as what we call timing advance, as I explained with T-Mobile.
What is, oh, let me go back here, 1 minute and. One minute and 26 seconds. What is a confidence score?
So AT&T, the NELOS records are done in a confidence score, and they do it by meters also. So they rate every time that the phone, they capture that connection, that data connection, and they use that app, and they decide that they need to know where that device is. They give it a confidence score. How confident is AT&T that that device is where it's supposed to be? And in this case, I believe it was I don't know what this one is actually, please show it.
So again, we see that another dial. Is it easier for, I'm sorry, Detective Berglio, would it be easier for you to stand up to be able to see the screen?
No, it's fine, I just can't see the small numbers.
Okay, alright.
I can see them from here, I just gotta look at them.
I didn't even think about that. I apologize.
So that shaded area is ZX's representation on a map, and it is actually sized by Google Earth at 600 meters for this particular call. Notice that's a pretty large area. It thinks the device is where it's pinpointed with the dot, but its accuracy is not that confident. It's about 600 meters, so it could be anywhere within that shaded area. here is where I decided to start the deal, start the animation based upon the, taxi records, showing that he was gonna be picked, or he put in a request to be picked up off of Noel Road. Notice at the bottom I have the green area with the victim's name, and I have the red area. That's just signifying which colors belong to which phone.
Okay, and we actually see a red handoff area, listed here by 12814 Noel Road. And then we see, what appears to be a Whataburger icon in green, is that right, in that green handoff area?
Yes.
And that's to distinguish where the defendant's device was and where Jessica Hernandez's device was.
Correct, that they were not in the same area of town.
And there's also another icon right there next to the Whataburger. What is that icon?
That's the icon for the victim's home in Garland.
Okay, so let me pause here at about 2 minutes and 42 seconds. It appears that we see multiple overlays or handoffs. Can you tell us about that?
So every time that there's a call, you can see it up in the top left-hand corner just below the blue banner. You can only see about half of it, but that's called the timeline slider. ZX creates its program based upon the date and timestamps of the records. And so that timeline slider is in consecutive order. So it starts with the very beginning of the records and goes all the way through to the last call. Within that timeline slider, I can have a point in time, and then I can open up a window of time to show a window of time. So when you're looking at what you're looking at on the screen, you're seeing multiple overlays. I have a window of time that's showing multiple calls that hit within that small window of time, and they overlay so it makes the shading get darker.
Okay. And we also see line numbers of 9660, 9661, 9662, 9665, 9666, and then 2253. Is that right?
Yes.
And what are those line numbers again?
And those are what matches up to the actual raw records, the row number of the raw records.
And that shows to be the device, that would be the defendant's device at 12814 Noel Road, at or near?
In the area.
In the vicinity. Continuing the presentation. Alright, let me pause the animation at 2 minutes and 51 seconds. We see a dialog box has populated. Can you tell us about this dialog box?
So this is at 125 of 2020, and it was at 1:16 a.m. It shows that it's a data connection, and it gives the tower number and the azimuth. That azimuth is 248, so that's 248 degrees on a 360-degree compass. That's the direction that call is facing in the on the map.
Okay, and I want to make sure I heard your testimony. Are you saying January 25th?
I'm sorry, did I read that? I'm sorry, January 26th, 2020.
All right, just want to double check. And we see that this dialog box is in red, so this would be the defendant's device.
Yes.
And what is target number again?
Target number is the target of the records that we got, so it's the defendant's phone.
Okay, so the defendant's device connected to data. So what, if anything, is significant about that?
That there's not actually a voice call that's being made, it's actually a data connection, such as we talked about with email or Facebook or whatever the phone is doing.
Getting on an app, for instance?
Yes.
Could texting be is that considered to be or deemed to be a call?
That's deemed to be a call.
Okay. Continuing the presentation. All right, now I'm stopping the animation at about 3 minutes. What did we see from the last time I
call that the call progression. So there's call progression as it moves in time, and then there's call progression as it actually moves on the map to a new location.
So we essentially see the defendant's device hopping along what appears to be 635 and getting at or near Jessica Hernandez's home in that Whataburger.
Correct.
Alright, now, a dialog box did pop up here. What do we see in this dialog box?
That on 1/26 of 2020 at 1:25 and 56 seconds, that it's a Nelos hit, and the accuracy that's believed to be about 600 meters, which was like the example that we showed.
So again, what is Nelos?
Nelos is a network location system for AT&T, and that's just giving an approximate location of the device where AT&T thinks that device is.
Alright, so I'm gonna pause the video at about 3 minutes and 13 seconds, and I'm actually gonna take it back just a few seconds. And stop the video at actually about 3 minutes and 8 seconds. What do we see here?
So there you're seeing multiple overlays, both in green and in red, which is making it a really dark shaded area. You can see some of the red towers, and you can see the red dot there, just under the number 335. I can't read that.
So, it looks like there's a red dot here at 38901, line 38901, and line 38898, so that would be the defendant's device, is that right?
Correct.
And then we see a green dot, which would be Jessica Hernandez's device,
Correct.
for line numbers 3530, 1855, and 12287. And then we see another couple of dots at or near the Whataburger, 4235, 9688, 12291, and 3531. So does it appear that the defendant's device and the victim's device are at or near or in the vicinity of each other?
Yes.
Continuing the animation. And I'm going to pause the video here at 3 minutes and 23 seconds. We've already seen this exhibit in front of the jurors multiple times. Is this a still shot of the defendant ringing the doorbell, or appears to be ringing the doorbell at 1:34 and 12 seconds a.m. At the victim's home?
Yes, this is one of the items that we use to corroborate the accuracy of the record. We actually have video evidence with a date and timestamp of the defendant there, and then when you look at the records show he's in that immediate area.
Okay, let me pause the video at 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Another dialog box has populated. Can you tell us about that?
So this one is at 1/26 of 2020 at 1:39 and 40 seconds in the morning, and it's a outgoing text message to the defendant. To the victim's phone from the defendant's phone.
So we see direction outgoing SMS. What is SMS?
That's text message.
And the defendant's device is connecting to the victim's device. Is that right?
Correct.
At 1:39 and 40 seconds.
Yes.
Did you go to the Whataburger or the victim's home?
I did not. The detectives did.
Are you aware that this Whataburger and the victim's home are relatively close to each other?
Yes, I am. So here we're looking at the defendant at, standing next to a taxi, and the white paper that popped up is the taxi information that was given to the detectives.
Now, do the yellow cab records and the video we all know is from Whataburger, this outdoor footage, do those corroborate the defendant's device being at or near that Whataburger in the previous dialog box that we just saw a moment ago?
Correct, this is another aspect of being able to corroborate that the phone says he's in the area, or his device is in the area, and we now have more video evidence that he's in that area.
In the area and at or near the time, is that right?
Yes.
And then stop the animation at 5 minutes and 19 seconds. We see another dialog box. Oh, whoa, sorry. We see another dialog box has populated. Could you please tell us what this dialog box is showing?
So this is a Google, one of those Google timeline location points that we talked about. And it has an accuracy of 16 meters and is approximately right at her house.
And it appears that she is on Wi-Fi at this point.
Yes.
And this is on January 26, 2020 at 1:58 and 17 seconds.
Correct.
Now we pause video about 5 minutes and 30 seconds. We see a green overlay which indicates Jessica's device and a red overlay which indicates the defendant's device.
Correct.
And I pause the animation at 5 minutes and 37 seconds. We see another dialog box. What does this dialog box indicate?
So this is showing the call progression of the defendant's device is now leaving the area of that Whataburger and the victim's house. And he's moving, I believe that's 635 towards the west.
And this would be January 26, 2020 at 2:47 a.m. and 28 seconds.
Yes.
Alright, so let me stop the video at 5 minutes and 57 seconds. We have another dialog box with the defendant's device. What do we see here?
So this is the defendant's device on 1/26 of 2020 at 3:50 and 20 seconds in the morning. And it's an outgoing text message to the victim's phone.
And where are we in this area?
We are now down by the defendant's home in DeSoto.
We see a little icon here. It is covered up partially by the tracks dialog box, but what is that icon we see by the defendant's home?
I put in a crime scene because that's where the crime scene occurred.
Stopping the video at 6 minutes and 8 seconds. We have another dialog box for the victim's phone. 4:46 and 49 seconds. Can you tell us about this box?
Yes, this is a Google Wi-Fi hit, and the accuracy is approximately 17 meters, and it's showing right at her house.
We're still in Garland at this point.
She is still, her device is still in Garland.
Thank you for correcting me. Pause the video here at 7 minutes and 6 seconds. We just saw surveillance footage from Nest cam footage from the victim's mother's home. Did you incorporate that into your presentation as well?
Yes, I did.
And you indicated an arrow here pointing to the date and time of this footage. What time is the time of the footage at this point?
It says that it's 5:47 and 54 seconds in the morning on 1/26 of 2020. However, the detectives that collected it were able to verify that it was 1 hour past.
Did her Google records from just a few moments before, did they corroborate her being at her home, as we see here in the surveillance video at this
Yes.
time? Okay, let me pause the animation at 7 minutes and 29 seconds. What did we just see before I paused the animation?
We just saw the victim's cell phone or device leave the area of her house and move to the immediate area of the defendant's home in DeSoto.
So we basically saw it travel
Yes,
towards the defendant's home.
you could clearly see the call progression on that particular slide.
And here at 7 minutes and 29 seconds, where does it appear that the victim's device is at this time?
It appears that the victim and the defendant's devices have come together again right in the immediate area of her home, or his home, I'm
The
sorry.
defendant's home.
Defendant's home.
And do we see those multiple overlays
Yes.
at this point? All right, I'm gonna pause the animation at 7 minutes and 39 seconds. We see another Tracks Google dialog box has populated. Whose device is this?
This is the victim's device.
And tell us what the source of this is.
And so it's a Wi-Fi hit on January 26th of 2020 at 5:23 and 52 seconds in the morning. And it has an accuracy of approximately 30 meters.
30 meters, okay. Do her Google records, do they coincide with her AT&T records as being at or near the defendant's home of 121 Crystal Lake Drive at this point?
Yes, I do.
All right, so let me actually back it up for just a second. Okay, oh. Right. I stopped the animation at 7 minutes and 48 seconds. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
So those are multiple Google location hits the 201, the 203, the 200, and the 199, that pretty much corroborated by the taxi driver that dropped her off, said that he dropped her off at 125 Crystal Lake Court, and, she then walked to, 121 Crystal Lake Court, and you can clearly see by the Google how accurate that is. He said that happened, and it shows she's walking right by there.
So lines 201, 203, it's on, she is basically walking along the sidewalk, at least that's what it appears based on her Google data.
Correct.
And she appears to walk in front of 125 down to the next house, and then she ends up at 121, is that right?
Yes.
And then it appears that it almost does sort of a J shape in terms of her, the pattern of walking that she does. We see from 200 to 199, 199, 198, 197, 197, that she circles behind the house, is that right?
That is correct. So that brings up a valid point that I forgot to mention. Google records, when we get those in the spreadsheet, actually goes from the most current point as row number 1 to the longest point away as row number whatever the ending point is. So it actually, on the map here, using the time slider, it actually counts down in row numbers instead of up like you would think it would.
So in other words, she 197 would be the most recent, is that right?
Right.
And 201 would be the oldest.
Correct.
Okay, so she gets dropped off at 121, she walks along in front of 121 Crystal Lake, and then turns around and goes behind the house. At least
Correct.
based on what her records are showing.
That's what the records are showing, yes.
I'm gonna pause here at 7 minutes and 50 seconds. What are we looking at in this dialog box?
So on January 26th of 2020 at 5:29 and 34 seconds in the morning, we're getting a GPS hit. There's a lat long, and it has an accuracy of approximately 12 meters.
Now, in your experience as an investigator, is it fair to say that most people have Wi-Fi in their homes?
A vast majority of people do these days.
And so when we see Jessica essentially walking along from 125 to 121 Crystal Lake Drive, where would Google have gotten that information to be able to collect it and then be able to turn it over in a format to you guys?
They've gotten it, collected it from her actual device. It's sending location hits to the device on both GPS and Wi-Fi. As you can see, numerous times in that short time frame.
Stopping at 8 minutes, were you able to also corroborate her Google records to the cab records where she was dropped off?
Yes, in this case we had triple accuracy because we had a taxi driver saying he dropped her off, we have the taxi record showing he dropped her off at that location, and we have the Google and phone records all saying the same thing. So at this point, I added in Casey Presswood's device.
And what color is his device again?
In pink.
And so we see a device, we see the pink pop up for Casey Presswood's device, and he has T-Mobile, is that right?
Correct.
And this is for January 26, 2020 at 8:33:38. Is that AM?
is an outgoing voice call, and it's connected to the victim's phone.
Could you tell us how long this call lasted?
The duration was only about 3 seconds.
Is that indicative of anything to you?
That's indicative usually of a missed call.
So I didn't ask, where is this device located? Where is Casey's device located?
It's up in the area of, just north of Sunnyvale, so roughly, edge of Garland.
Is that in DeSoto?
No.
Is this call or is this device located in DeSoto, Texas, or at or near 121 Crystal Lake Drive?
No, it is not.
All right. Let me pause the video here. About 8 minutes and 55 seconds. Almost done. Alright. We see another dialog box that's populated. What do we see here in this dialog box?
So on January 26th of 2020 at 9:41 and 40 seconds in the morning, there's another outgoing voice call from Presswood's device to the victim's device, and the duration's only 8 seconds. But he's in the immediate area of the defendant's home.
Now, we also see the green handoff areas and multiple overlays. Is that significant to you?
Yes, that is indicating that her device is active at the same time that he is in the area.
Now, Mr. Presswood had T-Mobile records, is that right?
Correct.
Jessica had AT&T records.
Correct.
Are you able to compare and contrast the two records, just like you would have done with Jessica and the defendants, and cross-reference calls sending and receiving?
Yes.
In other words, can you look at Casey's T-Mobile records and then go look at Jessica's and go, at this time, these two devices are communicating?
Yes, the same calls, if they're communicating with each other, the same calls are gonna show up on both sets of records.
Alright, so we see Casey Presswood has made an outgoing to Jessica's number. It lasted 8 seconds. And we're in the vicinity of 121 Crystal Lake Drive.
Correct.
I paused at 9 minutes and 14 seconds. We see another dialogue pop up for Casey. What is significant about this call or connection?
This one is another voice call outgoing from Presswood's device to the victim's device, and it's only has a duration of approximately 2 seconds, indicating there was probably no pickup and talk back and forth.
And is this at 9:44 and 30 seconds?
Yes.
And is this also still in the vicinity of 121 Crystal Lake Drive in DeSoto?
Yes, it is.
Pausing at 9 minutes and 25 seconds. We see another pop-up dialog box for Casey Presswood's device at 10:18 and 12 seconds on January 26, 2020. Can you tell us about this particular contact or communication?
So, this one shows that Presswood has left the area and gone back to the area of Garland, well away from the defendant's home.
And who is connecting with who? Who is calling whom?
So the Presswood has an outgoing voice call to a 469 number, 0533. I don't directly know who that is.
We know Jessica's number is 214-498-6706, so we know it's not Jessica's device he communicated with.
Correct.
However, his location is showing East Valley and Garland as opposed to 121 Crystal Lake Drive, like we saw earlier.
Correct,
And now this is 10:18 and 4 seconds in the morning.
correct.
Okay. Alright, let's stop the animation at 9 minutes and 40 seconds. What are we looking at here, Detective Berklio?
So this is actually a good example of the actual raw records of the victim's phone. What I'm pointing out is the actual last call out of her phone.
Which is what time? Are you able to see it?
It is at approximately 10:58, 18 hours. It says 16 up there, but that's in UTC time.
So it says 16:58, which would be 4:58, and we would minus 6. Is that right?
Correct.
So who is Jessica calling on January 26, 2020 at that time?
It's
Is that your-
7284 number. That's Mr. Presswood's phone number.
Okay. Now, that's the last call. Are there any additional calls from Jessica Hernandez's device after that call on January 26, 2020? What the record shows 16:58:18, even though we know it's 4:58 on the records, which would then make it 10:58 in the morning on January 26th. So 10:58 in the morning. Are there any additional outgoing calls from Jessica Hernandez's device?
No.
Is there any additional communication of any sort from Jessica's device subsequent to that call that she makes to Casey Presswood, on January 26, 2020 at 16:58 or 10:58 a.m.?
There are just a couple, but we'll get to those.
Okay, let me ask you this. How long did that communication with Casey Presswood last? Are you able to tell us that?
That one's 1:48 seconds.
Okay, so does it appear that there would have been communication between Jessica and Mr. Presswood?
Yes.
All right. So you highlighted these ones below. All right. All right. I'm stopping the animation at 9 minutes and 46 seconds. What are we looking at here?
Basically, I'm just pointing out that the rest of the calls that are listed in the voice section of the call detail records are terminated by the calling number, not by the victim's number, indicating that she's not using her device anymore.
So someone is calling her.
Yes.
And what number is it that's calling her?
And that is gonna be, looks like, Mr. Presswood's number.
And Mr. Presswood contacts her on January 26, 2020. On the record safe, it shows 17:32 and 8 seconds, 17:32 and 8 seconds, 17:32 and 57 seconds, 17:33 and 17 seconds, 17:33 and 18 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
And does it appear that there's any kind of additional communication between the two of them?
It does not.
And so for purposes of the record, 17:32, which is in UTC, would be 5:32 p.m. minus 6. Would that be 11:32 a.m.?
Yes, it would.
January 26th. And Jessica does not respond, or it doesn't appear to at least pick up or communicate with Casey Presswood's device.
Correct.
And we're moving on here to 9 minutes and 51 seconds in this animation. What are we looking at here?
That's just a continuation of all the calls are terminated by the calling number, not by her device. So here we have the defendant's phone text the victim's phone 2 times, and then the next one down that's highlighted is the victim's phone texting the defendant's phone. Those are on Wi-Fi, so there's no actual location information to it.
Are all 4 of those communications between the defendant and the victim, are they on Wi-Fi?
Yes.
And the, what are the dates and times of the defendant's device communicating with the victim's device?
So they're on January 26th of 2020 at 21:07 UTC, so that's 6 hours, so 15, that's 3:07 p.m.
So 3:07 p.m., the defendant's device is communicating with Jessica's device. And then on January 26, 2020, we see 2 communications or texts from Jessica's device to the defendant's device. And that in UTC, that is 22:23 in UTC, is that right?
Yes.
So that would be
4
what time?
o'clock, 4:07, or 4:23 p.m.
So the last outgoing text that we see for Jessica is at what time?
That's also at 4:23 p.m.
And that is to the defendant's device.
Yes.
So just because, well, I keep using the word device as opposed to saying Jessica texted versus the defendant texted. Why is it important to make that distinction?
Because although we can do some analytics with the phone records and have a very good idea of who's actually using the phone, we can't say 100% that Jessica using the phone or any of that.
So I mean, I could take this Bankhead's device right now, and if I had her access, if I could access her information, I could potentially be texting from her device. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, so I'm going to pause at 10 minutes and 23 seconds. What are we looking at here?
So this is the calls from the U-Haul in Duncanville on 127, January 27th, 2020. That's a typo there. Looks like it's supposed to be 2020, not 2021.
Okay.
At 8:21 a.m. and also at 10:59 a.m. the U-Haul place in Duncanville is calling the defendant's phone.
Earlier I asked you at the beginning if you added or included Villajarra, Villanueva's call detail records. Did we obtain those records?
I did not, and I wasn't provided with those records.
Okay, so is that why Villajarra's records are not included in this animation?
That's correct.
Were you able to ever review those records?
No, I did not.
You have not reviewed those before testifying today?
I'm not even sure that they got it, so I don't know if they did or didn't.
can you tell us about this type of this communication?
So this is, on February 2nd, 2020, at 6:32 and 13 seconds in the morning. This is one of those phone record, calls that's corroborated by the video you just saw previously. That was from the driveway of the defendant's home. His phone records are hitting right in the immediate area of his home, thus showing how accurate the records are.
Which is corroborative of that video we just saw a few minutes ago.
Right.
Of the defendant entering the yard of Villanueva's vehicle.
Correct.
Then we have another dialogue box here at 12 minutes and 23 seconds. Where is the defendant's device at this point?
At this point, he's in Irving, in the immediate area of the Jack in the Box, which is located at 183, State Highway 183, and O'Connor Road.
Is that in Irving?
That is in Irving.
And this was on February 2nd, 2020 at 7:24 a.m.?
7:24 a.m.,
And
correct.
this is a data connection?
It is a data connection.
And you do denote that there is, this Jack in the Box video was 38 minutes past here, is that right?
That's correct.
And then I'm talking about around 13 minutes into this animation. Okay, so at 13 minutes and 25 seconds, we see a new icon here. What is that icon that we see?
That is just the sign for the racetrack, which is a gas station there in Irving. It's at the corner of State Highway 161, the President George Bush Tollway, and Beltline Road.
And so we see a new dialog box that's popped up for the defendant's device on February 2nd, 2020 at 8:02 and 46 seconds. Is that an AM in the morning?
Yes,
And what kind of connection is this one?
this is a data connection.
You also denote, we're watching racetrack radio at this time, the timestamp is about 30 minutes slower, is that right?
Yes.
Did this racetrack video additionally corroborate the cell phone data records for the defendant?
Yes, this was yet another video corroboration of the accuracy of the phone records.
Racetrack is right at Beltline from the Aldi, is that right?
That's correct.
And so the next, here at 15 minutes and 4 seconds, we see the defendant's device has, there's a dialog box for the defendant's
This one is a data connection.
And it shows the duration of 4.40 seconds. Is that significant to you?
Not necessarily. That just means that it was connected to the network for 4 minutes and 40 seconds. It could be making an update. It could be being actively used. There's no way to tell.
Does it appear that the defendant's device is at or near the location of the Aldi?
Yes, it does.
And so what are we looking at here at 15 minutes and 13 seconds?
So you can see the red shaded area was from that phone call we were just on. You see actually the black line there is that azimuth that's coming off the side of the tower, and it's going almost right across the crime scene. So you see a picture of the Aldi sign, you see the crime scene sign, and then you see the Dickey's barbecue sign, and also you see some cameras. That's where the cameras that we have that we located are located on the building.
So this particular, let me back it up for just a second here, back to that particular location hit. In relation to where the Aldi is located, are you familiar with an Oyo Hotel?
Yes.
Is that off of 183, kind of sort of near the Jack in the Box area?
It's between, I believe it's between Story and Beltline.
Story and Beltline. Okay, and so right here we see O'Connor, which is where that Jack in the Box is. What's this street right here? Is that MacArthur?
That should be MacArthur.
And then here's Story.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And then we see that this tower, which is from line number 10801, is in the vicinity of the Aldi. Is that right?
Correct.
You said it's between Story and Beltline.
Correct.
Are you able to see the Oyo Hotel from here?
I believe it would be down where the Google Earth word is on the. It'd be somewhere down right in that area.
Is it contained within this overlay?
It would appear that it's just outside of that overlay.
So what's significant about, and stop the video at 15 minutes and 1 second, we see the azimuth, and I know that the track box is covering it, but we see that the azimuth shows that it goes directly due north. Is that right?
It's not directly due north, but really, really close.
Thank you for correcting me. That's true. It's not directly due north, but it is going in a northerly direction.
Correct.
And Oyo is to the south. Is that correct?
It's
To the south of this tower.
kind of to the east and maybe just a hair south. It's right along 183, but it's, I believe it's closer to Story.
Just a moment, before you start that back up. It is 3:57 p.m. Ms. Amazi, can you find a good stopping point where we can pick this up on Monday morning?
Judge, I'm at
It's okay?
the jurors and the court's behest, so whatever the court deems is appropriate, or the jurors deem is appropriate.
Well, I just want to be sure you're not in the middle of whatever you were just playing, so if you just,
This is an appropriate place to pause.
It's okay?
If that's
Okay.
agreeable with the court.
all right, we are going to break, knowing that the county is closed Thursday and Friday. We will meet back up again, jurors, at 8:30 on Monday morning. It is my understanding that it may have started raining. It's about 39 degrees outside, so it's not quite freezing yet, at least not here in downtown Dallas. So at least we have, Deputy Stroud and I have been monitoring. We've been monitoring the weather since we've been in here. What I was gonna tell you all too, I wanna be sure I clarify and probably be sure you understand something I said earlier, because I wanna be sure I don't mislead you. I was talking earlier about maybe you'd be able to make your Thursday appointment. I can't say that for sure, and let me tell you why. I don't know how long y'all are gonna deliberate. That's gonna make the difference on how long you all stay here. And then we still, you know, have other witnesses and have a couple of other things, even though we're very close to the end. So just know that we will start at 8:30 on Monday morning. Looks like you all have already put your lunch orders in. And just remember all of your admonishments as you've had these last couple of weeks. Otherwise, I'll get the letters out today, y'all. Anybody who asked me for emails. Okay. All right. Thank you. Y'all have a good